Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Hey, Ismail Boss Pro. How are you? Begley, thank you for placing that order. Much appreciated. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Robin and the Reverend. Hey, Aetherline. Hey, Maurice. What else do we have? Thanks to Dom for re-upping your membership. Hey, Stuart and Phil. So we have John and Kenny, Raj, Steve. How are folks? Hey, Joel. Hi, Jose. Hey, Derek. Tuxedo and Daniel. Oh shoot, I forgot one of my drinks. I'll have to get my drink midstream. It's the post-coffee drink I forgot to bring in. It's poured. I just forgot to bring it. Hey, Neil. Hey, Lord Gitface. Maurice, thanks for being a member for 4 years. Hey, Tin Talon. Hey, Wick Central. Okay. I think we're on a tradition here. We give Oscar treats at the beginning. John, thanks for being a member. Hey, Cragord. Oh yeah. No, you okay. This is like giving it to you twice. Hey, Big AF. Oop. Super Gray. I need to start printing parts for the... Well, I need to start printing parts for the Trident. Thanks for being a member, Bill. 50 months. Okay, you gonna be nice? Well, sort of, barely. Hey, Gurgman. Okay, we are back on the Vertigo. So I reprinted these. This is an old one, and that's that print defect that I was trying to get rid of. And the suggestions were absolutely correct. My seam defaulted there, so I just put the seam to the rear. Just put it right along the middle on all of them. Turned out a whole lot better. I got them all installed, and they're all repelling the magnet like they should. So I got that back together off camera. So these can all go in the round file. Yeah, much better. Hey, Jim. So this is all together, tightened up. I didn't even have to take these off to do it. I just moved all of them to one side and did one, and then just shifted them as I did each one. They went together pretty well. Where does the Core 1 index fit into your build calendar? I need to get it first. All right. It is on the calendar. I need to get it first. So I don't know. I placed extra nozzle orders, so that puts it a little further behind. I would imagine within a couple of weeks, if they stick to their shipping within 2 weeks notice, we'll know by Thursday. We'll see. That is what it is. Hey, Malfrey. Hey, Joel. Building yours now. Also had extra nozzles. I had a 0.2, 2 non-CHT 0.4s, a 0.6, and a 1.0 as extras. So, but that's good to know that you had extra nozzles and you got yours. So, to Finch, I will not be building a mod kit. At least that's not a plan. That thing is ginormous. It would take me a year of member streams to build, and gonna be a long wait. Define long. I mean, we'll see. Oh, you didn't get the extra nozzles? You ordered them, but you didn't get them. That's odd. Okay. couple of weeks. Whatever. We shall see. I have no shortage of content. So send them when they're ready. Got it. What else? Anyway, we left off on the bed and the scraper and that stuff. So we get to finish that off, and then it looks like we get to start on the tool head, which I've been looking forward to because I haven't built one. Missed your stream yesterday. I was watching the strongman comment. Nice. Speaking of yesterday's stream, yesterday was a member stream. I did an extra one to make progress on the Impreza, which, speaking of MOG, this is the same designer as the MOG, as the Casadio MOG. It's the Casadio Impreza. And I did an extra stream to make progress on that. That thing's still going to take a while because we didn't make a whole lot, and I gave a sacrifice to the build gods that was pretty stubborn bleeder, but whatever, it'll be fine. I found out why I was having trouble with the knuckles. The universal joint part was actually warped. I looked at it close and it had warped. It had warped off the plate. So I reprinted those, and we'll be back at that maybe later this month, maybe the beginning of August. Got a tour of Bontech on Friday. Awesome. They're in full production mode, even if it is summer vacation. Yeah. So we'll be doing the sequence of events. I'm not sure how it's going to be. We have the Index Core 1 coming up. It'll be a Wednesday series. The Trident R2 will probably be a Wednesday series. We're going to finish this up over the next 3 or 4 streams, and then we're going to move into another project, and then we're going to move into the Rat Rig for Sunday streams. So Founders Edition 468. Nice. So the worst perhaps when they barely warp, but just enough to cause problems. I didn't notice they had warped. I don't know anything about the Warren Cascade CNC stuff, and I won't compare it to the Milo. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. You've seen me build a Milo. You haven't seen me build a Cascade yet. So that's where I'll leave it. Hey, Takuya. Welcome. Hey, Nogaret. Okay, let's get to it. I have this. This is where we left off. I sure hope I didn't forget to print something. I feel like... I hope I didn't. And speaking of yesterday, I am well fed this morning. I made myself some good egg and cheese and Pueblo Red breakfast tacos this morning. So they are 2 different machines, Jose. That's absolutely true. But in the hobbyist space, they serve a very similar purpose. So I get the need to compare, but I really try not to. I want to show build processes and people can make their own decisions. When I have trouble with something, you see it. I try to point out the clever stuff. You forgetting to print something seems like the story of... I didn't say I forgot to print something. I said, I hope I didn't forget. Okay, where are we at? We were at the scraper bar, I think. But this was all being shown on one video. Let's get back to here. Oh, hey, it kept where I was. Very nice. So we're gonna take these. We already put the heat sets in these. Are you gonna put a box turtle on top of this? I have no idea. This is a good candidate. Okay, we did this. Let's skip a little bit of this. We put these, we super glued those in. We did those. We put the springs on. Oh, I was gonna reprint those. That's okay. I can reprint those later. They're functional right now. They're just not pretty. That's what I was gonna reprint that I forgot. I reprinted the little scraper holders, but I forgot to reprint those. Okay, we did this. We put all this assembly together. I guess I can put the little scrapers in there. Do I have to put those on? Or do they slide in? Let's find out. Let's find out. Hey, that's a box I can throw away. It's empty. Okay, these are just these little plastic razor blade scrapers. So let's find out if these just, hopefully these just can just pop in this way. Yep. Beer Medic, thanks for the gifted memberships. Don't let me forget, and I'll do the other 5. We'll just get them all over early in the month. I'll do the other 5 on after the Polymaker filament giveaway, which link is in the pin post in the description. Those seem to snap in there pretty well. Trying not to be too aggressive with it. Yeah, they kind of interfere with each other a little bit. I might have to adjust the spacing. Design-wise, can you think of a reason to use plastic blades over metal? They're not gonna damage stuff. These are less likely to damage stuff. I don't know the other stuff though. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to adjust some spacing here because see those are not lining up, but we'll get it on the bed, and then we'll loosen all these and adjust the spacing then, I think. Yeah, the blades are just to get in under the prints. It should not take a ton of force to get the prints off. There's probably some experimenting with build plates and surface prep and wait times for cooling and all that kind of stuff involved. Hey, Jake. Someone just asked about you. Sort of. Hey, another CG. Hey, Holtz. Hey, Joey. Yeah, I hope everyone does have all their fingers. Hey, Penguin Makers. Hey, the Ranch Kid. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Dustin. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, Dustin. Nope. Dustin might not be here. Just received a gifted membership. I have set up to take an exam in a few minutes. I'll be back after. Good luck. Have fun. Okay, those are all in. And then I guess this is saying we get this and we put those on. So let me grab those parts. What is going on? There's noises outside. Huh. Don't know. Yeah, you go there. Okay. I got these two. Hey, BBs. Is something bad or something bad wasn't? Nope, not at all. Now that Trident R2 is done, when are you finishing your Cascade? I know. Yes. See, I need to reprint these to clean that up. But they're functional. It'll be okay. Let's go ahead and turn this over. So this is going to do something like that. This goes on here like that. So that means this guy goes like that. This guy goes like that. This one is... No, just Milo came up is all, Jake. Nothing big. I need to make chips on my Cascade. Yes. What size was this? M3 by 10. M3 by 10. And then we put it down and we secure with M3 by 16. You know, people print on bare steel bolts. M3 by 10 and M3 by 16. People print on bare steel. It's possible. What are these? Just put the right treatment on it. These are 14. Okay. And we're going to need 8 M3 by 16s, I'm guessing. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, you got treats. You're supposed to be doing something else. On the magnetic sheet. You know what? I don't think that I actually ever have. I don't think I've actually ever accidentally printed on the magnet. I could be wrong, but okay. So that screw goes there. This one floats. And then we put the thing here. So assume you're making chips and Milo from the CNC build. Or, oh yeah. I'm just gonna do this because I think this will be easier. With an eddy current with no plate didn't go well. You make some racetracks? Now that'll just kind of hold this in place while we do it over here. Just buried the nozzle. Yeah. Where? Getting this lined up is a little bit of a pain. Where are you? Nope, 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 nope. True user, I accidentally printed on the magnet and surprised the part came out okay. Yeah, I've seen more than a few of those stories. So I have the plate on there upside down just so I don't mess up and put a bunch of fingerprints on the powder coated PEI side. So we're gonna tighten these up. Hey, buddy. Looks like I think we have a lot of room. We can adjust the spacing on this. What's that? Hey, Rod. You are extra attention starved today. Here, right here. Right here. Yep. Okay, that is on. Oop. What was that? Okay, that goes back. Does catch. What is that catching on? Is that catching on those? No, it's just catching on the bed. I bet you that wears itself in. Okay. Let's see what's next. Oh, why is that still playing? Okay, we left off here. Repeat for side A. Use scraper adjustments for height and level. Ah, I might have to adjust that. That's why it's scraping. That's why. Oh, it shows it doing that. Lower the... Oh, I missed that. I was paying attention to chat. Lower the bar until scrapers are pre-tensioned against the print surface. Okay. I feel like we need to adjust these so they're not hitting each other first. So let's loosen this up. Let's just loosen them all. That 14.5 millimeters. So they said go put it 14.5 millimeters from the end of the extrusion. That's way off. I put it at 13.5 right now. That centered it. I think we should go over a little bit. Maybe go over quite a bit. These have to be almost touching, I think. But not. They need to be moving independently. Well, the scrapers themselves are catching on each other. So that means one of them's not going to be down against the plate, which means it's going to be scraping against the parts differently than the others. So I want to make sure when they actuate, they... See, that catches. This one's permanently off. So let's move these over and then get these in towards just almost touching, I think. I think that's probably, oh, and then you got to watch out for, these are little mass-produced scrapers, and that one right there has a little bit of extra, so I'm going to cut that off. So we're going to just get in there with the trim that. Trim that off real. Dude, you are so needy right now. Buffering? No, I don't know. I mean, I'm not showing any issues, any warnings on my side, but Okay, well, there's nothing I can do about it. So I can stop streaming. That's about the only thing I can do about it. I can not stream today. Co-host, thanks for being a member. No sound. I mean, as soon as I was done streaming, I did a test. I got 55 and 12. So it could be a YouTube thing. I have had almost no problems with my streaming connection for several years now. Really. So I don't know if it's my connection, if it's I mean, it's AT&T. And so if it's mad that fiber's coming in, it's AT&T fiber that's coming in. So I can't blame it on that. Dude, come here. Over here. You already got treats. Over here. Now stay. Okay, we're gonna keep going. So we've got some, I think we need to do, oh, this is really freaking irritating. Why did this, oh, I think he sat on the keyboard. I think Oscar sat on the keyboard. Okay, let's see what we need to do to set the preload on this. I think we need to set the let's see what it actually says. We want that on there, and then load until the scrapers are pre-tensioned, till the scrapers are pre-tensioned against that. Okay, and then we grab the springs. Okay, so right now, well, that's not okay. Gotta be careful where I touch this thing on the bottom. Shush. Those are not even close to touching the build plate. So these screws that we put in with the super glued heat set, I think we are going to tighten that. Yep, and that's moving that right down. Tighten that right down. Okay. Okay, now I grab I didn't plan this, but I grab a L wrench here, Allen wrench, and go in here, grab the spring. Oops, that's not good. Grab it with my fingers. I'm probably in the way here. There we go. Now, there. Catches. You see how it catches there? We'll do the same thing on the other side. There. Now, pulls itself back. Sure, that'll work a whole lot better once it's actually on the printer. Okay. Next. So that's describing this and catching those there. Repeat for side B. It did retract on its own. Then we get to put it in here. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, I saw the cable chain there. I installed the tool head and cable umbilical wires backwards. I had to pull them out and swap the ends. It wasn't clicking into the holder in the back, and it's because it was the wrong end I was trying to click in. It was snapping, so I thought it was clicking in on stream, but I noticed after it wasn't. Okay, so we loosen those and remove those. Okay. Loosen the 3 fasteners, and then that all spreads out. A drop of grease to each side of the kinematic joint. Loosen those. Then that goes in there. Set this on its front and probably snap the snap the cable chain in. Wow, this is going to be fiddly. This is going to be fiddly. This is a three arms operation. I'm just going to watch this for a little bit. Bring that down. Snap those into place. And then probably tighten those up. Oscar can help. And we put the little locks back in on that one. One side doesn't get the locks. Yes, okay. I was gonna say to get the proper kinematic mounts, this one needs to be fully constrained. Okay. We need to go back to the wiring point. That is right there. What's that? There we are. Okay. I'm gonna have this up. We are going to move this camera. I'm gonna clear out some space here because this is gonna get. PET CF is suitable for printer parts. No, not at all. PET G is awful for printer parts. Unless you're building a fully just open frame, never enclosed, even then it's not great. Prusa does it, but it's not. I'm not a fan. PET G creeps really bad with any kind of temperature. So. Okay. The bed is here. We need to loosen that up. Need to loosen this up. Oops. Guess it's the main one here. Loosen that. Pull these. Is there a... Okay. Pliers. Is there a tab? Look, oh, there is not a tab. Okay. Maybe I can just get them from below. Nope. Loosen this up. Are there any other screws here? No. There we go. There's 1 and 2. And then sneak in from here and loosen these up. And on this side, do the same thing. Then the grease that I just had, where did I put that? There it is. Oh, hey, Killer Prince. HCPLA. I was. Why? I mean. Pet CF, I don't know. I don't know the yay or nay. I think probably okay, but putting a little bit of grease in the inside of these. Just using the grease. Oh, there it is. That worked out pretty good. I'm going to get in the way here, so bear with me. Okay, that should be good. Online training just got, I had to show. Oh. I don't know. Official answer is stick to ABS and ASA. There's plenty of good filaments to use, but if you want the safe, most people, very vast majority of applications, stick to the ABS and ASA. This might be one of those, I don't know, but it might be one of those that if you don't know, stick to what's safe. Okay. I'm not going to be able to show a whole lot of this, but I will show what I can. Let's see if we go here. Maybe shift this a little bit this way. Maybe a little down. Maybe if I do it from the other side. And maybe, how tall is this? Ah, that stabilized it a lot. A little spool of filament there. Now, this guy comes around and clicks in. How does that click in? Okay, I need to pull this out and get a good look at that and see how it actually clicks in. Oops. Okay, so that has a little track there and then a couple of spots it clicks in to that. So let's try that. You know, PCCF is not necessarily the perfect solution either. PC in general will tend to get brittle over time. Let's see, you gonna go in there? There we go. That snapped in that time. And then let's go with the easy ones. I know that this is ground. I know that that's ground, and that can go right in there. And then this is a fan ground probably. This is a low gauge. Oops, not there. That one. This one goes right there. What else do we have? This must be our fan voltage plus. Why is it blue? Why is it blue and not red to match the other wires in that harness? That would make this just a little bit less guesswork. And this one is, oh, that one says Z51. Okay, I think that'll be okay. Which one's Z51? I don't know how I hit play on this, but I lost my spot. Okay, Z51 is right next to ground, then Z50. Okay. Z51 is the one right next to, so this is neutral. Z51 is what they have set up for neutral. And then Z50 is right here. Then the length of the thermistor wires make those pretty easy to tell which one goes to which. That's nice. Okay, then I'm guessing, I would say that I would have made the one Z49 should be just a little longer. I would say Z49 should be just a little longer. Where did I put these zip ties? Here we go. I'm gonna do a zip tie back here. Are there any actual anchors? No, but I'm just gonna hold them, get them held together. I don't see an anchor anyway from this angle. I think it's generally pretty good though. It's, even without the zip tie, I don't think they're gonna be anywhere to get in the way of anything. Okay, now this around. These are on there, so we can move our will go How do I get that? How do I get that in there? Maybe I do it a little lower. Because these are rolling on the tracks that they're supposed to. Hey, there we go. Okay. Will you... Okay. Fiddly. Yeah, very fiddly. Maybe I need to loosen those a little more. Let's loosen these more. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I don't know how much I need to loosen these. And I don't know how much thread I have before I run out of thread to loosen them. Here, I'm just loosening them all the way. Okay, I think that's basically all the way. That would probably make it a lot easier. There we go. There, oh. Okay. Now, I think I can... Oh. Very fiddly. Okay, maybe I'll hold it there and get in here. Not really enough room. Okay, that's better. Once you get one on, it looks like it'll hold a little better. Not seen chat in a little bit, so bear with me. I don't know what you guys can even see. Can you see anything of what I'm doing? Jaeger Mega Fold, thank you for becoming a member. Where you need 2 pairs of hands. Yes. I do. That was fiddly, but doable. Yeah, it did say align and raise, but oh well, that one now. It's not quite as simple as that makes it sound. It's really quite cramped, and you then are fighting the spring, because once you move it up a certain point, you start fighting the spring tension of the scraper bar. Okay. Tighten those and then loosen them a little bit. And then tighten this back up. Yeah. Okay, now I think we can actually push this down and then see, I'm fighting really a lot of force there to get that started. It's a lot of effort to push on that and get it going. What's going on now? Well, that's not wanting to go back on its own. That should have gone back, and this is, there we go. It's got to be, there we go. That's okay. That needs to be lined up for that to go freely. And this moves down. This moves out of the way in order for this to come up. And then this comes back up. There we go. I need to put those locks back in. Wow. Can I put those locks in now? No. Let's see when it said to. What position did it say to do that in? Hey, John. Justin, welcome. Look up Vertigo. AutomatedLayers Vertigo. Okay, let's watch this again. See where I screwed up and where I could have made it easier on myself. Okay, that down, that in there, get it up into place, get it there, and then tighten it. It doesn't stay there though, is the problem. It's not so simple as just put it here and tighten it. It doesn't stay there. You've got to tighten it enough to where those lock into place in order to get it to where they'll move with the bed. Then it says, oh, then it says move that out of the way. Oh. Okay, how do you hold the rest while you're doing this? That's a problem. Okay, I know how we do it though. I know how we do it. Okay. This all, at least none of these are hooked up. Move this up. Let that get past it. Move this up. Then we can move this up. Oh. Lifting the whole printer. There we go. Okay, now I might be able to get in there and get those the clips in. Ah. Thank you for becoming a member, Mr. Boss Pro or Miss or Boss Pro. Thank you. Hey, Deanna. Okay, got that up there. Now these have to go in. Now which which way do those go back in? Because there's, let's see if I can tell from this. There we go. Okay, so I can see the shape of the part there. That goes in like that. Let's see, these are shaped on either side. Pretty sure that's this one. Then this one on the other side. That goes there, and that one goes, come on. There. And I think that's okay for that to have been a tight fit, but it went in. Lee Marie, thanks for being a member. Happy Sunday. Okay, now what? Reinstall seatbelt locks. I got them reinstalled. Retighten that M3 fastener. Let me loosen that and retighten it because I had already tightened that. So that might have been why that was a little more difficult to push in, but I was able to push it in. Just make sure those are seated at that point. Now retighten it. There we go. Okay. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Life, the universe, and everything. And then all of that goes all the way straight down. And we are done installing the bed. Woo! Now the printer just got noticeably heavier. Okay, so I should be able to just kind of gently move this down past our force sensors down and rest it on the tracks. Okay. I think we are good. It looks good. Oops. Little. There we go. I am a little warm. Okay, tool head. Tool head time. See if there's anything here I need to worry about. Force sensor. That's all magnet stuff we dealt with. Scraper module. Okay. Tool head. It is a cool design. This is why I wanted to do this printer, because it's very different. Different might mean fiddly, but what it's doing is different too, so. Admiral Adama, welcome. How are you? Oh, jeez. Put this grease away. Printer definitely needs a spring-loaded trap door that drops out once all the parts dropped in at the bottom. It has those tall feet for that. And then I'm thinking like a little brush skirt might be good for keeping a little bit more temperature in. Okay. Why design a whole printer if you're not going to try to make some improvements? Continuing with the theme of the great director, we designed the Hitchcock. Well, we had this question last time, right? Why is it called the Hitchcock? Now, the designers were here and they explained, but we could have read too. Designed a Hitchcock toolhead, gives surprising performance in a tiny package. We managed to squeeze 3 3010 part cooling blowers, a 3010 cold side blower, Revo PZ, reciprocal, aka unjammable. Unjammable. That's a claim. Filament cutter, a magnetic cowl, a magnetic rear cover, and a magnetic kinematic rigid tool head plate. All in form factor smaller than most modern tool heads. Okay. Let's go. I think most of what the printer does could also be done by just running a Trident on its. Why not upside down at that point? Might as well just print upside down. Magnetic temperature containment. Good point, China Drum. Okay. Extruder plate. Go to the configuring the tool head board section of the wiring guide to set up the tool head board before install. Before install. Okay. Let's get all the stuff we're gonna need. I'm just gonna go off this list and start laying stuff out. Fucking right upside down. Okay, we got wiring harness stuff here, so I don't know that we need that. Electronics 202. Anything in here? Yeah, we're gonna need some fans. We got that fan. Those, I don't think we need those fans. I don't know if we'll need that PTFE. There is our Revo PZ stuff. Camera. Oh, there's the tool head plate CNC. I suspect we're going to need some of this stuff, so we'll just leave that box right there. Let's put this one over here. And what else? This is the other miscellaneous box. Here's our 3010 radial fans, and they are whatchamacallit, vendors. Are they vendors? They look like something. Oh, come on, focus. Is there still fighting gravity if it's upside down? If it's on its side, bridge extrudes allow gravities come out way better. Okay. We got an orbiter here. Okay, so we have an E3D Revo Pro PZ probe cold side, which I think is in this little foam baggie here. There we go. Here's our 0.4 high flow nozzle. There's the little PZ board. Let's just pull all this stuff out of here. Some wires. I doubt we'll need these, but we will need, this is a special heater side for the wire lengths, connectors, and they do what I do on my stealth burner installs, is loop it back on itself. Okay, all of that should be good. So we need Revo nozzle, tool head plate, PTFE tube 2mm. We've got the Capricorn or the E3D stuff, it looks like. Torsion spring, that's this guy. Razor blade, that was probably in here. I think that's probably in there. There's another torsion spring here. I don't know if they're the same. They look the same. It says torsion spring 1. Orbiter extruder, some magnets, the switch, and a bunch of fasteners. So let's just go through and just go here. So they want us to put this together. Okay, so we have a tool head heat break riser. Is that a part I printed or? So let's go ahead and if this goes here, those go back. We're gonna take the video literally, which is probably correct. There we go. I don't need to take the silicone off to know that's tight. Okay, then we got this guy. Let me look in my part for the riser. Tool head heat break riser. Oh, there it is. Woohoo. I wasn't worried at all. Not even a little bit. Okay. What are those? In 3x10s. 1, 2. Come on. 3. This is CNC machined, and it looks, it's got some residue of something there. Take care of that real easy. Oh. Okay. We will clean it. Wasn't expecting to get anything actually off of it. Protective coating gone. It's aluminum. It's fine. Okay, this is that way. This and this goes that way. Okay. Let's get one of these. Here's my... that and that. Let's get that sandwich there and I'll bend those that way for a minute. It's right there. Leave it all loose. I got the spacer. Spacer. Could only be better if it was red. You're right, John. Aluminium. Okay. Spacer not forgotten. Well, okay. Let's see if I can still do that. Oh, yeah. So that goes there. Oop. And then these go up through here. There we are. There we go. And these are going to go along that little channel right there. I'm just guessing. I think that's probably a pretty good guess. Although with that heat shrink there, that's a bit of a tight squeeze into there. We'll see how it is. I guarantee they do, John. And how long does it say? 2mm ID, PTFE. Cut tube flush. Oh yeah, that's one of the things I was curious on this. If I remember right, this build, I don't really understand why. Maybe it was a different build. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. But I seem to remember one I was looking at had you cut the PTFE into way more pieces than I thought it needed. But it might have been for a different printer. We'll see. We'll get there. My throat's getting dry. I left my drink just in the other room. I'll be right back. I want to grab it. Darth Vader Hydro Flask. Okay. Cut tube flush with plate. How? I'm curious how. How do you cut that tube flush with the plate? I have some ideas, but in general, I think there should be a little more to that. Smokin' Joe, thanks for becoming a member. Well, that's recessed. So the big problem I have here is that's recessed. So what I'm going to do is kind of do probably a hybrid of what they mean. I'm going to use my little cutter here, and I am going to make sure that's perfectly square on the end. So we're doing that cut with the wires not poking. I'm not going to cut it on the thing. Don't worry about that. I am going to cut that nice and square. Then we're going to put this in here. Okay, maybe we're not. Maybe we're going to loosen this first. So here's something to note probably in your documentation, is you might need to loosen this to get that plastic spacer to line up, I'm guessing. Yep. So with that in there, then we can tighten these back up. I don't know how critical. I imagine you don't want it any higher, because this is going to be the filament cutter path. It's going to slide along here to cut your filament. So I imagine you don't want it any higher than that point, but a tiny bit lower probably wouldn't hurt. I'm just going to grab here and I'm just going to score the side of my PTFE with the knife. Then I'm going to pull it out and I can see that mark, and that's where I'm going to cut it. Put it in my little square cut jig and cut it from there. I'm also going to put my little tiny bit of chamfer on here. Maybe not as aggressive as I would on others since there is a cutter here, but some little bit I don't think is going to hurt. And then make sure I have that chamfer out and right into there. And that is nicely, maybe very slightly under flush. Very slightly. Within the chamfer and the aluminum part, I think. Hey, Balin. Like to spin the section of PTFE and hold the included razor at the edge. It works as a mark, or if you are confident, go all the way through for the cut like a lathe. That worked pretty good. Do you have a preferred method of measuring a length of filament for extruder calibration? I just mark with a ruler and a Sharpie, but then I note where, because you never get it perfect. So I note whether I'm biased on whatever side of the width of the Sharpie line and try to stay consistent. It's not super critical. You're going to fine tune that in a slicer anyway. I'd use a filament cutter, scalpel blade, and flush cut it. I don't know that I would recommend to have people playing with the... Is that this guy here? Let's see what this looks like. Is this... This opens up. This is a nice little... This is a really nice little printed holder. I'm not sure that... Go in there and then hold it there. Yeah, probably not the worst thing, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna put these back. I like your little printed holder though. Got a little dovetail, little hole joint to kind of hold it. I like it. Okay. Oh, hey. There's the chamfering the inner edge of the PCB instruction. Okay. Oh, did I miss something? Oh, why? I keep forgetting to hit pause, apparently. I'm forgetting to hit pause. Cut tube flush with plate. Yep, there's the chamfer. Cool. I did that. Now, torsion spring. Spring can be wound clockwise or counterclockwise. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. A little. Do I have two? They're the same thing. Okay. That's the opposite of what they have there in the instructions. I think either, I know it says it can go either way. I guess it's going this way because that's a pain to get out once it's in there. I think that'll be fine. And then, okay, so razor lever top and bottom. Got that. And, oh, there. Okay. I got a little bit of stress marks to clean off. I thought I had done that on these. I did it on some of these parts, but I must have missed these three right here. Get them real quick. Okay, got to be careful. These are thin parts and don't want to ruin them. Okay. You passed? Congrats. Are these the pieces? Okay, I've got these pieces. That's the bottom one. Okay. That's the bottom one. How does this go? That's the bottom, that's the top. How does this set together? I lock nut and in 3x14. Okay. So this, how do these go on here? How do those lock into place? That just goes. I don't understand what to do with the spring. That goes like that. That's it. If that's like that, it doesn't. Okay. Can we really? Does this spring need to go a certain way? Because this is not. does that go on there? Okay, let's try holding that like that. Like that. Oh, oh. Okay, somehow that fell together. Okay, you gotta go all the way through. Come on. It's the... Ah, okay. It just had to drop into place. I don't know exactly what I did to make it drop into place, but I'll take the opportunity to use my little mini wrench again. It's just tightening until it is in place. Oh, that's too tight. Okay. That one there. Down over tighten. Lever should rotate freely. Yep. Seems to rotate pretty freely. M2x8 and M2 nuts. That's what I'm doing. I'm not clicking on the video when I think I'm pausing. I'm not clicking on the video when I think I'm pausing. Because I just did it again, but I was paying attention. Okay. Go. I don't need to tighten these. Not a lot of ugga-duggas. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's loosen this a little bit. There we go. Build guide needs text. Somehow it falls together. Yes. Somehow it falls together. Chisel, razor blade, and that angle. Move lever to position shown for next step. What are we doing there? Oh, little printed piece. Razor lever cap. Oh, hold on. I missed that. It goes there. Two M2x8. Okay, I got this little printed piece. And we need one of the razors. I suspect it'll be fine for ABS. Heat rises. The whole rest of the printer's enclosed. You might want to look at a skirt of some sort to help, but I think it's probably okay. Okay, so we hold that there. This guy goes in here. Oh, order of operations. We need a M2x8 that goes in here. Just there we go. Oops. M2x8 in there. Then this goes in to hold that in place. Then another M2x8 lines up with that hole that comes into view right there. Where is... Oops. Ah, is that thread into plastic? Is that what that is? It feels like it. So, no ugga-duggas, just stop when it bottoms out. There we go. Oh, that does not move very freely yet. Let's work it. Work it. Yeah, see? Just with a little bit of work in it, and it's moving. I think that's good. Neat little mechanism. Okay, does that say something here that thread's in the plastic? No. Would be a useful text there. It indicates to people to be careful. Let's see, we have some assembly notes. The arrow, the lower M2x8 acts like a pin to push and pull the razor. It does not screw into anything. That's a good note. But another note that the upper M3x8 threads into plastic might be a good one, just because it helps emphasize that you want to be careful with the ugga-duggas. The flats, okay, so then with magnet polarity graph is below, okay. So we're gonna use those 1/2-inch magnets that are on the carriage already. We learned that lesson last time. See, I can learn. Oh, where was I? Let's go back here. So now we're to the orbiter. I'm gonna take that off. Take that screw out and put an M3x40 in there. Take that one out and put an M3x40 in there. Okay, that's enough. Don't overload. Don't need any overload. Quickly back out 1/2 turn and hope nobody noticed. I never do that. Ever. I don't know what you're talking about, John. I have never over-tightened something and hope nobody heard the crack. The problem is, John, proper plastic screws are limited in variety and minimal actual benefit, especially when you're threading an M2 into something that's probably about 2 millimeters worth of plastic. So I've heard that argument for like the Mogster or these RC cars. You would probably triple your fastener costs by going to actual plastite screws. Okay, we're going here. We're pulling this out. Now, this is probably screws that are in the... No, what are these? Are these 50s? Let me finish my thought. I think they need to be fully threaded. Those are 45, so that means the screws that came in the care pack, right? Is that what I need? Because the 40s that we have, I think, are partially threaded. The ones that came in the mail. Yep. Okay. See? I remember. Here they are. I want to just check. They came in the mail, but I want to see if I happen to have fully threaded. If I happen to have any fully threaded ones that are nickel plated. I might. There's one. There's two. Okay. I'll go with the nickel plated ones I have. So I'll pull this guy. And put this one in. I probably should have done that for those others. That's okay, you don't see them. Do one of these at a time if you don't want to risk separating the extruder. Just double check. Yep. Correct length. I think this guy can go back on. Okay, tool head pogo mount, tool head motor arch, and PCB mount, I think. Any heat sets on these? Brass heat set. Ooh. Oh, you want to just pull them in? Really? Are you just pulling them in instead of heating them in? I guess it's probably not much of a choice, huh? Yeah. Do those pull in okay? Were these 5x7s? Five by sevens, okay. Okay. Nope. Okay, that's there. No, it couldn't have been a lock nut, Ella. I would much rather do this than try to pray that a lock nut doesn't just spin. That was not painful. We'll see how it stays, but I think that was fine. This other one, you could heat set fairly easily by heating it from the side instead of straight on. Pull it through with a screw and then set your iron on there, and you could pull that in just fine. But we'll go with the recommended setup here. Hey, Mark Bess and Ella, welcome. I didn't mean my first reaction to you to be a no. It's a terrible idea. Hey, Schlunky. That we'll see how that works. I think it'll be fine. That wasn't as painful as I initially looked and thought it might be. Okay, so we pulled those in. It was minimal drama. Although it takes more than half a turn on the wrench to pull those in. I'm just gotta say. Any other heat sets? No. Okay, let's put those heat sets in. With, imagine that, we're gonna use heat. Put the heat sets in. I've not actually seen any project have you just pull the heat sets in. If it works, it works. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Perfect. I've got to say, if you don't have one of these and you have a spot to put it, it is fantastic. It's fracking cool. Okay, so let me put this thing, oops, on like this. Looks like. Is that correct? Yeah. A little bit of first layer. First perimeter didn't stick for some reason. I saw that on a few parts. I don't blame the parts. I don't know what caused it though. Yeah, see, goes right on now. It's gonna do just like that. That on there, and then a couple of lock nuts. Ha! See you, John. I could do this. Oh, I'm not even watching. I don't even get this. Shoot. Use my little Japanese sourced 5.5 millimeter wrench. Felt felt that turn at the end. Felt that turn at the end, so. There we go. Hold this. I'm not tightening this down a lot. I just felt that very last turn was the whole thing turning. There we go. Cute little wrench. Cat snores. Okay. Okay, so magnets. So that was the 337 note. 336 magnet polarity graph below. So let me find my magnets. Where did I put? There they are. A little box called magnets. So we want the ones that will repel. So I've got these and these. One of them's north, one of them's south. So there's the countersink for them. And then we need to do this at the printer. So we want the ones where the countersink up, it repels. And that's the one I just grabbed. So with the countersink up, it should repel. Oh, okay. In the center, it will stick. Apparently. If you line it up just right, it'll stick. But overall, it repels. That's interesting. The field just hits just right there. So in my bags, it's the south one, but you can't trust that. You have to test it. Okay, so what are these? I guess we'll see it in the video. M2x8 flathead. 2x8 flathead. Is that the correct spelling? Block wall? Block wall? Where do these actually go? I'm guessing in those two holes. Though I haven't gotten quite there in the video. Thread into plastic. To repel in the position it sticks if you flip the magnet, or is it just a null point? I think it's just the way the field is shaped there. It grabs. It's the size of the other magnet. It's right in the where the other bolt, the screw mounts the other magnet. Okay. Put these back in the little baggie for now. Doop. I've got one of these super strong square magnets left. Okay. Yep, there and there. Now we get to the, okay, we got a pogo pin harness. So the tool head pogo cable. And that slides in there. Ensure the flat side of the connector is oriented as shown. So if we looked at that closely, let's grab our, is this in our wiring box, I'm guessing, cable kit. LET. That. Is it in one of these, or is it in a different bag? Did I miss it somewhere else? I've seen it. I've laid eyes on it at some point. I'm sure we're going to need that. It's sometime soon. I think we'll need a lot of this stuff. Okay, where is that cable? Hey, Kenneth. Not in there. Where should it be? What bag should it be in? I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe it's in this other. Nope, not there. Pretty sure I've laid eyes on it before. Let's see if it's in the other stuff here. Ah, yeah, I've got another box over here that it's probably in. Yep, there it is. The electronics 1 of 2 box. A tool head board, which we'll probably need, so I'll set that over there. Cal, PCB, and cable. Cool little custom PCB. And doop. Pogo pin. Cable. Okay, so this thing goes in this part. This is sitting here, but if you look at that, there's a, come on, focus. Focus. This side is flat, that side is round. So this goes, the whole plastic piece kind of flexes around it, it looks like. And it comes back in. Is that correct? Make sure I don't have anything down in there. Get a closer look. Hey, MSJSAS. Sorry, I don't know how to vocalize that. Welcome. It's gonna... Okay, back to here. I think it closes up fine. You don't know how. JSAS. That, and what is this? An M2 by 16? That just clamp down. M2 by 16. And then is that a zip tie? Pre-shaped cables before zip tying to avoid damage. Okay. And then send those through there. And that'll go down over that. Okay. M2 by 16. That's this guy. So this just makes sure that this is clamped closed. Edge of 3D dragster kit from Fabrico today. Cool project. Yep, I built one. I built one and took it to 3D Printopia a couple of years ago. Right when Scott first came out with that. That looks good. I don't want to over tighten that. And it looks like it's even. Okay, so then we want to kind of bend these wires over into that channel to kind of pre-shape them, as it says. If you kind of push on them, it kind of pushes into that corner too. Zip ties were right there. Okay, so then this goes through here. Just kind of, oops. And there is a little bit of a little spot for the head to tuck in, the zip tie head to tuck in a little bit. Nemesis, welcome. Then these go through here. This will set in around there. A couple of screws to go in from the back, I guess, to hold that in. Those are gonna bend down. Sure. 2 and 3x30s. I'll hold that on. Those are going to bend, go in that channel. Oh, okay. Wait, pause. Slimohan, is that right? M2x30s. By 30. These guys will go through here. There you. Oh, that's probably the same problem I was having with that first layer thing there. I'll just work past it. Day 3 of no power from storms. That sucks. Go. That one pushed through. Yep, and those wires needed to get out of the way of the inlet there. What do we got? An hour. We're going to give away a roll of Polymaker filament in an hour. Link is in the pin post and the description. The affiliate link is updated. I messed that up yesterday. On my member stream description, but it's correct for this one. Okay, so then M3x8. So this is going here, and then this guy is going on here. There's an M3x8 that threads in to hold that place. Is that it? Yep. Okay. So we still have this. This will all kind of push in there somewhat. Let's see what it looks like here. Okay. This PTFE tube. Use knife or short chamfer inner edge. Check orbiter's filament guide is flush but not contacting extruder gears. Make tube flush with LDO extruder. Okay. So, this is a common thing with these orbiter extruders. This little metal guide here, if you see, this makes for a nice constrained filament path on these. You can see it poking out down in there. Oop. But this has to be, usually this isn't flush, and that's, it's on the edge. We can take something flat, and it is catching. So it needs to be threaded in flusher. And that needs a flathead that is probably larger than most of what I have. Yeah. I wonder if I have anything in the iFixit kit wide enough. The widest one they have. It's not really correct. I'm gonna go to the, break out the wider garage tools. This will be close enough. The 30-year-old Craftsman stuff. So then this only just a tiny little bit. You want to make sure that you don't thread this in to the point where it's binding on the gears on the feed, drive filament feed. But there, see, not catching now. And that was like an 1/8 of a turn. Slim Man, I had that exact problem for the first time really yesterday during the members stream. I was trying to load filament on the stealth changer and I was having a real hard time because it was catching on the side of that tube. Absolutely right. Okay, so this needs to be just as long as that. It needs to be flush cut into there. What keeps that up there? Are we just relying on friction? So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put that in there. We're going to kind of hold it in to make sure it stays there. And then I'm just going to mark the edge here. So I get a mark on there. This thing, if you want a measurement here, this is just under 7 millimeters. Just under 7 millimeters. I think I published this on my GitHub. I could be wrong. And then I'm going to chamfer it. So I use a little, I've shown this quite a bit, but it's a little 60-degree. It says center reamer, countersink. That's what I use for all of my chamfering. Okay, little itty bitty guy. I'm just double checking here. PTFE tube. A little bit of a chamfer. But not contacting, make tube flush with LDO extruder. Okay. So that goes in there. That is exactly flush. So then, get these wires out of the way. This will go on here. I think everything's out of the way. And it looked like 2 M3x8s. Make sure you don't pinch anything. I gotta tag along there. That is not free moving anymore. That filament cutter binds up. So I got something going on. Yeah, something's binding up there. Oh, that's completely bound up. Why? Let's get this. It's still caught. So what's catching that? What the? I don't know what caught that. Ah, it gets caught if it gets pushed too far. Is it just that I pushed it too far? Let's try a couple of things here. Let's loosen this just a hair. Yeah, if I push that too far, it's getting caught. Ah, this screw here that's just, if I push too far, it bound up. You see that? It bound up. If I wiggle this, so it's not actually binding here. It's this M2 is catching on the, yeah, see? It did it again. It's catching right in there. Is this expected? Let's see if I only go as far as it needs to cut. It might just be a, oh, no, there it goes. Okay. I don't think it's putting the extruder on that caused it to bind. So let's go ahead and put that back on. Make sure these are down in that. This. Oops, flip around. That screw right there, because if I mess around with that, it's catching on that end too, pretty consistently. I don't know what is causing it to catch. I think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, it's not coming out. Let's pull this off. Let's... Okay, let's see if it's actually that. Nope, it's not that screw. Something is catching. Something is catching in there, never mind. Yeah, I can feel it as it gets in there. Okay, I've done that enough. Let's see if we've created some wear marks so we can see what's actually doing. You know what? There's a little edge there. Let me see. I don't know if I'll be able to actually file on this. There's a little. Let's try something else here. I've let enough of the red fluid out this weekend. I can't get a good grip on it. I think it's a little burr in the thing that's causing that. I don't think it's the PTFE. I think it's a little burr in the, but I'm not sure. We're playing. We're figuring stuff out. Smooth now. Tool head time. I don't know if we'd be able to see. Let's see if we can get a, there's a little bit right there. That was sharp. That was, I could catch my finger on it when I was before. An emery cloth of something. File isn't really the best to. This is probably as hard as the file, or nearly so. I also want to kind of catch, so I'm gonna just do a little softening of the corners on the back. So I think it's catching on the path. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, I could get it to catch even without the extruder on there. So let's try this now. Because I could get it to, if I was pulling, I think it was catching on the edge. You can kind of see where it's wearing. You see the wear marks there? I think it was just a burr in the blade that was catching right here. Yeah, and I can feel that with my fingernail where it was catching. You're right, Bill. That's a great idea, and I have that. I should have grabbed that. I think it's just dealing with these blades are not really meant to be these blades are not really meant for this application, so any little manufacturing burr isn't going to be something that they catch as a QC thing. I bet you that works way better now. So where did the little tools for, there's this, and where's the, is it stuck? What magnet is the little M2x8 stuck to? Or did it fall on the floor? Wrench is stuck to there. Did it go? Okay, so let's see if we can get this. I mean, when I was moving this before, I cleaned that up, I could get it to catch, and it's feeling pretty smooth now. That goes in there. This. Stream is dropping every 60 seconds. Really? Now let me try something. What would be... I haven't changed any of this, but we can go down. I don't think... Let's go down to 4,000 or 4 megabits. I'll just drop my, let me know if my video quality changes noticeably. I just dropped a megabit. I went down to 4 megabits instead of 5 megabits streaming. Okay. Missing anything? Anything else is good? Things out of the way. still catching, but it's not catching in the same way. Before I couldn't actually force it past. Let's see. I think I can work on this without pulling that out. Let me pull out the diamond files and do a little better job on that. So we can pull this out. Let me do a quick diamond file job on this and see if that's actually the deal. Where did I put them? Where are they? Gotta be right here. There they are. Hey, Dr. Dave. The problem with the suction vise. Okay, what do I have here? Coarse, medium, fine, and super fine. Let's just go straight to fine. Ooh, I can't even feel anything from with my fingernail now. That is as smooth as can be. Okay, let's try that. There are no, where that was catching before, there's nothing. I wonder if we can see. This one is not as sharp. There's a bump there. There's a bump right there. And I can catch it with my fingernail. You can see, I'm catching it right there. There's a bump there, but the other one was worse. So it's probably luck of the draw on the blades, if this is the problem. I like that. It's smoother than Oscar's brain. Okay, let's try this again. This. There. Still catching. It's still catching. Oh, there is a little bit of it catching when I tighten down the thing, so I think maybe a combination. So where is it catching on in there? Yep, absolutely. Your fingers are so sensitive. So this is completely under. You can't, it's not catching. Oh. So you can see where it's scratching. Oh, come on. It's scratching right there. Why is it scratching right there? It might be, I mean, I don't know how tight the tolerances on this machining are, but I don't know what to do otherwise. We could note where it is here and file a tiny little bit of clearance right there. But it seems to me like it might be variance in the thickness of these blades and then how deep that pocket's machined. I wonder why that's catching right there. I mean, we're spending a little bit extra time on here, but I hope it's valuable for Balin and team. So I don't feel anything on the blade that would be specifically causing that, aside from just being it's rubbing. This isn't, well, maybe we can, here, let's do this. Real quick, is this big enough? Yeah, I think we can at least get you some data. Let's see. Right around that area, the plate. Let me just make sure I'm not on an angle here. The plate is 3.165 millimeters. Okay, using the micrometer, not a thing. Now, is it small enough to get down in there? It is not. See if this one is. Oh, it is. Just barely. Okay. Yep, that's what I was hoping to at least try to figure out if the depth is correct. So that is correct. So we are at 3.3.12. Is that correct? It's No, 2 point. Sorry. That's... .512. I'm rusty on reading. I just got this, and it's been a long time. Is that correct? So that should be 2.512. Or is that 2.6? 2.62. Yeah. In any case, that's the measurement. It's not really useful for us, it's more for you. Yeah, I need to brush up on my vernier scale reading. Okay, so what I am going to do as a first attempt on here is I am going to take the, because the easiest thing to modify is to make a little bit of clearance around the orbiter. So I am going to first bolt this thing back in. Digital has spoiled me too. And then I'm going to use my X-Acto blade to make some little scrapes in the side of the orbiter. So I have spots to aim for. Then I can take it off. That's one of the reasons I was very happy to get that. I bought that micrometer in Japan. I wanted to get some tool, some Japan tool. And one reasons I was fine with getting a manual one is, one, because they're less expensive, and two, it was gives me practice on that. So I know shimming would be some way, but what I'm actually going to do is I think I may just take my file here and just go across the whole thing here, because I can also just see some mold lines. This camera's not happy, but you can kind of see these mold lines. I just want to take those down. So I think I'm just going to do just like this and just straight and flat. I'm not actually hitting the metal of even that. I'm just going to go right along here, just in that area. You're not even going to be able to see. And you can see all I took down. It's just that little bit there and a little bit in there. And I did just start to touch the metal there on that. Let's see if that makes a difference. And by going here, not dealing with any of the flashing or whatever on the side should maybe give us a little more clearance. So could be a combination of just mold stuff with the orbiter, Maybe that pocket could be a little deeper to account for that. Noise? What noise? Okay, so that's tight. Then we're gonna take our blade and put that in there. This is and with that tight, that slides in. I think that might have done it. I mean, that's super free moving now. This is a good practice for changing out this blade and what it takes for service. Because you don't want to have to take your whole tool head apart just to change the blade, right? Woohoo! That did it. That did it. So ultimately, the pocket is probably the thing that needs to be adjusted, because it's the thing that you have most manufacturing control over. But ultimately, I sanded the bottom edge of the orbiter along this path. I didn't sand, I just took my flat file and just went across there for a few strokes, and that's working just fine now. So it was catching there. Obviously, it was catching on the aluminum from the burrs on the blade, because before, when this first did it, I couldn't even move it out. It was catching hard. Once I fixed that, it was too much friction for the spring to overcome. And now that we did that other thing, I think everything there helped incrementally improve the operation. Okay. But I think the ultimate fix would be to deepen that pocket by a tiny little bit. Insert a piece of filament for alignment. Probably not a bad idea. Set that down. It does go all the way. Just loosen, let it settle, and then retighten. I'm not going to cut that. That'd be a bad idea. I'd have to take it apart again. Okay, that is working much better. You might want to. I don't know if it's worth it, but you can't push that filament through there with the tensioner engaged. Might be worth editing your video or put a note in there. Okay, PZ probe controller. Carefully lift the lever to insert the tab, insert the cable, and then that goes up and loops around, and a couple of M2x8s. to hold that onto there. So that's just to, and then the, okay. This guy. Hey, Asio. These are M2s, but they're M2 by 6s that come with it. So this guy has a little tab, lift. This will go in, and there's 2 little ears that get held. Now, all of these, we're going to put these out here. This is going to go. Oop. Here, up. Let's go. Yeah. There we go. Just tucked in behind there, I think is what the plan is. Okay. Nice and out of the way. And then we have a wire harness V105, 106, 107. Where's wiring? I don't think that's this. This is the 3D one came with. That's all. Fairly certain that's all extra. Probably in here. Nope. Where are you? Oh yeah, Z105, 106, 107. "15 minutes till we're giving away some Polymaker filament." That's this guy. With all the labels are like, make it twice the size. Look at that. Ooh. Okay. Straighten these out a bit. Let's plug this thing in here. Go. That goes there. It doesn't look like that. It goes like that. We got 3. Is this correct? Okay, let's get the tool headboard. Let's get the tool headboard. So we have a Mellow SHT 36V3. There are 2 important notes. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I will look at that before I install this, but let's get this thing out of here. For the PZ probe cables. Probably look at info for this? Is there anything? I'll look at the notes. We installed one of these when we did the Tic Tac. Tic Tac build used one of those. Let's look at the notes. See the notes in the PZ probe controller section of the wiring guide for info on the other cables attached to the PZ probe. And if you haven't already, go ahead and configure the tool head probe. So let's open this guy in a new tab. Woo! It didn't take me to the right spot. Let's let this finish loading. Let it finish loading. Okay. And let's refresh. Will that take me there? It's the address says I should be going there. So what do we got? Is that step 39? Is that what I'm seeing? Yep. Okay, 39. Yeah, I saw that up here, 39. I saw the 39 up here, so I figured. The cable needs a little extra explanation. Z105 and Z106 are used to program trigger variables outside of E3D's preset options. Yep. These connectors are not required for normal operation, can either be tucked behind the tool headboard for later use or removed. Z107 provides power. So in order to do that programming, at least in a clipper environment, you can't connect it. There's nowhere you can connect it but like the Pi, right? So those aren't really useful up at the tool head as it is. Is that correct? You have to run a whole other cable back to the Pi in order to program that, right? So then my next question is it worth me just removing those to get them out of the way? Or is it expected that I may have to change that? Good point, Holtz. We've had some stuttering on the stream, so people may not be live. So Balin, should I remove those and add them later if I need them, just to keep things cleaner? You use the presets. Okay. I'm going to remove those then. So it's very nice that they're included. It's nice that they are included. But that's a lot of wire to deal with extra. So the only one we need is going to be this end one, the Z107. So these others, 105 and 106, I'm going to remove. And we can wire those up if for some reason we need to use them, but for the sake of cleanliness, I'm just going to take my little X-Acto knife and very gently lift up the terminal. It is going to be there we go. There's one. If I had a not broken tip blade, that would probably be better. There's two. There's 106 removed. These are ZH, H. I've got pigtails of them. That these? SH, I think. Yeah, they're SH. I just buy this and do the wiring of, of cables. Just need something really, really fine to be able to pull. You just lift the little tab there, and they'll pull out. There we go. This will just make this a whole lot more clean. And it'll just come down like that. Carefuling. Do you watch Sarah as well? Sarah Intuned is a fantastic car channel. She is hilarious. And that Celica that she built is one of my favorite cars. One of my favorite builds. It's a really cool looking car. Benny, welcome. Okay, this is going to be fun. Oh, we're not done. We're not ready yet. This is this, and this is nice to know. These are for future reference if we want to hook any of those back up. But now we need to go back here, and we're going to go to follower, but I think I heard it first from AVE. She's the first I heard that. Configure the tool headboard. So let's go here. Hey, that one worked. Tool head fans are set to 24 volts. Sarah Intuned. Sarah Intuned. Double check that pinout. Some people reported getting their PZ cable pinout. So okay, we can check this. So ground is brown. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's very wrong. Thank you, Balin, because it's wrong. If the colors are right, it's wrong. So that's what I should say. It has ground on the red wire. It's labeled ground on the red wire. It's labeled power on the brown wire and trigger on the orange wire. So trigger is correct, but now on the other side is what we need to check. Brown ground is 2. Yeah, it's labeled wrong. I will fix that. I will fix that. I will swap those and make sure they're in the correct order, but it is wrong. Oops, that's not, well, I guess I can show you. The end connector, pin 8 is ground. It is labeled as ground, but it's the red wire. The red wire is going to pin 1, which is power on the PH or whatever connector here. So good catch. I will switch those around and make sure it's correct over here and ignore the labels on it. Okay, here it says tool head fans are set to 24 volts. Well, if the labels don't match the colors nicely, might be worth marking out those labels. That's annoying. Yes, I will either just cut the labels off or do something. I need some jumpers. So we're going to be following this diagram here and getting this. So it looks like we jump. Tool head fans. So here's our thing here, and we're going to jumper this one on the end. That is VCC for fans, it looks like. And then not used, but safer to keep, GPIO 20 is 3.3 volts. So we'll jumper that one as recommended. And then fan MOSFET is installed. MOSFET can be installed either orientation. Just make sure all 6 pins are inserted. So this guy, that's the nice thing about the Mellow boards. The thing that they distinguish themselves with is they have replaceable MOSFETs. Hey Zeta, welcome. And then 20 ohm resistor is on. It's currently off. So I'm just going to get my sharp pokey thing and actually we'll just take this. This protective cover off. There we go. And flip that to on. One minute warning. It is. Thank you. Where did that go? Okay, let's finish this. The only other thing is on the back, we are setting the blue. So if we look here, over here, the teal is down and the purple is right. And that is the back here. This one is down, purple is right. And it does not have any information for the little switch block, probably setting the thermistor style and type, which is probably just regular thermistor. See you, Cobra. Hey, West3D. Is this Daniel? Welcome. Welcome. There it is so far. Oop, back. Oop. There we go. There it is so far. Okay. Filament giveaway time. Filament giveaway time. Get your entries in. Coming together, yep. Okay. Wheel of names. Let's see what ad we get today. We'll get an ad. It just takes a minute to load. Take every major type of pressure advance. It must be pressure advance, right? Ugh. I don't know what they mean by that. That sentence doesn't make sense, but how many times do we get to reset the count? Oh, 3. 3. Imagine that. It never rolls 3. Okay, let me bring this up. Let me go over here. You got 3. 3 seconds to get your entry in. 2. Leaving after the giveaway. Norway's playing Brazil. Fun. First reset. 3. 2. Get your entries in. 1. I think it has that sensor. It's got the connector for it. So I think it has the eddy current sensor pin out. But it's a real pain. It's that little teeny tiny. Oh, come on, come on, come on. It's those little teeny tiny ribbon cables. They're awful. Okay, second reset. 3. 2. 1. We get one more reset. Who's going to trigger it? Half? Okay, I'll just close it. We'll just close it. Get it in, get it in. Okay, it's nice 150 responses. I'm closing it. We didn't even get to 3 resets. Oh, there it goes. 3, 2, 1. Done. 151 responses. We put the eddy sensor on the Tic Tacs, Hasio. Daniel and I put the eddy sensors on the Tic Tacs. Okay, Steve Clark, you got the first entry. Who got that last one? I see you, Kyle. Ooh, Dr. Dave. You got the Voron crew coming in at the last 2 entries. Dr. Dave and Kyle GB. Hey, Adam. You did. You snoozed too long. I don't see you there. Oh boy. What is our number range here? I'm not feeling inspired. So let's go 1 to 16. 1 to 16. Have you ever won, Neil? Have you ever won one of these? Boofus. You said 11. Let's do 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Thanks, Admiral Adama. And spin. What do we got? Polymaker filament. You want in Dan stream? Nice. Nozzle clog 3D. Is there 2D nozzle clogs? I want a 1D nozzle clog. Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something, though. Nozzle clog. Nozzle clog 3D. Congrats. It was almost Stephen Machado. Machado? It's right on the edge. Nozzle clog 3D. What about 4D? Oh yeah, Deanna's right there. You got a minute and 20 seconds. There you are. Congrats. Stop my timer ahead of it actually going off. No way. Ooh, let's find this. There, and then, oops, Fixed. Huh? They did. They did. Congrats themselves. You're a few minutes behind. Okay, let me double check to make sure this is right. Yep. Everything's good. It is Sunday the 5th. Okay, you should have an email any second now. If you don't get it, then send me a DM. See you, Joel. You were so close, Steven. Look at that. It's like a pixel. A pixel on a... No, it's not a 4K screen. Croc, thanks for becoming a member. Which is a good reminder. I'm going to give away the other 5 of my... that YouTube lets me give away every month. And that'll be all of them for July. I gave them away on Wednesday. You got the email. Awesome. Okay, let me unpin, delete from the description. Did Grant stream today? Stuart, thanks for the gift of memberships. Unpacking, packing. That is done. Okay. Gifted memberships. Send 5. Good question, Playhouse Printing. Grant didn't stream. I didn't think so. I was looking. Congrats, new members. There are... in the last week and a half, I've done 2 streams on the Impreza build. So those are available. I'll make them live soon. See you, Neil. Okay, let's close this. And I think we have all of this. I need to put a... if I put the heatsink on here, does it get in the way, Balin? Does the heatsink get in the way? Who was last? You were last, Kyle. You got it. You got in there after Dr. Dave. You sniped the last entry from him. No promises on another, because I've already done 2 member streams this month. If I get enough done, then I might try to do another one. But otherwise it'll be probably at this point mid-August, because I've got a trip in early August. The heatsink can go on. Okay. I usually put this on the stepper driver. Is there a recommendation to put it on the processor? You guys put it on the processor or the stepper? It is a tight fit here. Does Mello even expect this to go on the stepper driver? I don't think they do, because that's where it would go. Huh? Was it the first one in July? Oh, I guess you're right. Never mind. Yeah, okay. That just fits. Just press straight down. Ooh. It doesn't really fit, but I don't know if I end up using that connector. We'll find out. Would that have fit better if I had angled it another way? No. I think that's it. I think it just fits depending on the tolerance of how the connectors settled in when they soldered them. We'll leave that. We'll adjust if we need to. Okay, we are back to the main docks then. Back to the main docks. Tool headboard and continue to cowl. So we are not there yet. We've got to get all this set up. So we've got a bunch of wires. So I think these guys can all get out of the way here. Oop. Not bridging anything with that heatsink. Fins parallel with stepper header. It didn't want to fit that way. I mean, it doesn't seem to. Maybe. You know what? It does. It fits better that way. Good call. It does fit better that way. It's not squeezing on this header as much. That fit. I mean, that you got to be careful of the 120 ohm can switch there, but otherwise it looks like it gets in there fine. Good call. Okay. Now we've got all of these. This is going to go on here, and all of these come down and around and plug into various spots on the board. Let's see where they plug in before we... I'm sure this will come up here in a second. Tool headboard, those are in 3x14s to hold it on. All those go down and everything plugs in that way. So that's Z104. So why don't we do that? A couple of... Hey, Elvis. Last in 3x14s. So this is going to come down. These are going to come down. I don't know where that goes, but we can take this on and off. I have a feeling we're going to get things set correctly. Where is my green driver? Where's my green handled driver? Did it fall? Did I set it somewhere else? Where I am just out of 2.5 millimeter drivers. Behind the M3. Thank you. There we are. Okay, we're just going to put one of those there right now. Maybe put the other one just to keep it from rotating. Okay, Z104 loops around and plugs in here. That was very, very loose. I've never had one of those go in there so loose. Okay. And that kind of tucks in there just fine, so that's good. What is this one? That's Z109, which is... What is that? What is Z109? Is Z109 the thermistor from the tool head? Not labeled. It's not labeled. It's a thermistor, okay. Let's see what I can do here for cleanliness. Let's loosen this up. Pull this. Pull this up under all of this stuff. Just for now, something like that. There. Heater. And Z103. It's on that side. And what is that one? Z102. Z102. Z103. Okay. So Z102. Can we tuck? Where does that go? Z102 goes right here. The heater. I wonder if I can pull these off. Let's pull this across here. And I think heat shrink that. Yeah, a little bit. Now I'm going to take it across underneath that and up into the terminals. I'll send you a link here of just about step 1 in the wiring guide. Has the boards with all the labels. Oh, right. Okay, let's loosen these. So this I'm going to send, maybe I send it there, up underneath there like that, into here. Looking pretty good. This guy goes all the way across though. Let's pull you back out through here. And send you across. Send you across over here. Okay. Let's go and plug. There, and that one goes there. Tucking in, okay. I'm guessing this guy's going to plug in right there. So let's do, send this down here, across. We can just twist that. Not quite, but I think on some of these, this guy's gonna go in here, probably the BL touch port. That's why that's like that. So loosen, actually we're gonna remove this. We're gonna let this just kind of rotate out of the way. That's gonna let this pinch, not pinch, that's the wrong word. Rotate that way, and this is gonna come through here, come around. Same thing here. We're just going to hide all of our sins behind the board. Yeah, even if it's hidden, I still want it to be, I don't want to have to deal with wires. Keeping wires out of the way. So also making sure we don't, oh, which way does this go? Let's see, oops, yeah. That one. Could you have made one of the wires red, please? Could you have made one of the wires red? It's all the way at the front of this Is it at the front of here? Which way? Where is that in this page? Is it on this page or am I on the wrong page? Such a good job making all the wires colored, and then you do 2 black wires. It is a switch, so it doesn't matter. It is the outer pins, I'm realizing, so it doesn't matter. I'm just realizing that. It is a 2-pin, it is the outer 2 pins. It can plug in whichever way is cleanest. So, never mind. Sorry, I'm not super as visible here as I could be. Here, this should actually come back through this little spot. This is getting a little crowded, but there we go. Oops. So this one I want to actually redo. I'll just force that on that side so I'm out of the way of that magnet. This comes around over here. So a lot of the decisions and how this goes is to keep things away from these 2 magnets. So I'm pulling everything around this corner instead of coming across here, type stuff. So I think that is what it is. Look fine? Anything you see that'll be a problem? I think we're good. That's where I went, tuxedos. I saw red and black, and it required extra thought to realize, oh, it doesn't matter. A little too much extra thought, but that's on me. Okay. See you, Dr. Dave. Okay, here we are. We have magnets. Magnets into the back. Okay, so we have this piece and our magnets, and we find our, I think we want our north magnets this time, because we used the south, because I only have 3 more of those and I have 5 more of these. So that would make sense. 2 of those. the 3 back. And flathead M2s. And the back cover, here we are. Cool little back cover. Was there any particular reason why the polarity on these mattered? Or is it just to set something? Is there any interference things or anything you found? Like with the ones for the fan? Yeah, and that didn't have any problems didn't have to squeeze by any wires. Went right on. Right on. Hey, Nappin. Right on. Okay. Okay. This guy. Toolhead cowl. Lots going on here. So 2 brass heat sets. And then the magnets that are opposite of the ones that are on the carriage, right? Or are those different? Must be those. Our 2 parts finally being printed. Awesome. Let's see if I can reach this without... That's going to be tight. I don't know if I can... I think I'm going to end up with a little bit of plastics melty. Let's see if I can be extra careful and not do that. Tweezers, tweezers, tweezers. It's gonna go there. Heat this up. So the other one's not gonna be a problem. This one's just really tight. Let's see, go in. Aha! I did it. I did it. That's a really tight fit though. You gotta be careful. Carefuling. Okay, those 2 are in. Didn't even scar up the side. That's okay, Daniel. You can shill for this here. Huge thanks to Daniel and the Automated Layers team and LDO for providing this kit for this build series. So if Daniel wants to shill a $300 off sale on it, then that's okay. That's okay. Hey, there's the M2x8 I was missing earlier. It bounced over there. It goes back with its friends. Okay, those 2 in, and then the opposite side for the magnets. Let me check. I'm pretty sure these are for this, right? Yeah, must be. Must be. Okay. What do we have? I'm just checking the the tool head, the carriage. Nope, not those. And they are, oh, yep, that's one of them. Okay, so one of each. This one goes on that side. Okay, one of each. So I need one of those. And you got to pay attention. Pay attention. This one is this side, which is looking at this side. Then the other one, those square magnets are strong. And then I'm going to confirm. Yep, it sticks on that side. This one goes in here. There we go. That's those. Oh, hey, this is what I just did. So we'll just let this play. This is what I just did. Check the polarity. And then we have a fan. Do they all have the same? Let's pull all these fans out. They all have the same wire length. Okay. So this one, oh boy, oh boy, oh, that was a lot. Okay. That was a lot. Let's leave that paused right there. Let's see what this actually means. So we're pulling this around. Oops, we want to stay tucked in there, but around this way, because there's a channel right there I think we're aiming for. This is going through here. And then up through here. So I think the main thing here is we want to aim for that channel. So that looked more complicated than it is, I think, on that quick animation. So just making sure that goes in there. And there we go. I don't know how flush this needs to be on the back. Doesn't need to be super flush there, because that's sticking out a little bit, but I didn't want to take it out of its little strain relief either. I can tuck this around a little bit. Yeah, that'll do right there. Now it's flush. Doesn't stick up at all. Okay, so then that comes around through down here and up through here, but I have a feeling we'll have to kind of coax things into the right spot as we do it. They are 3010s, yep. But there are 3 of them for part cooling and another one for hot end cooling, I think. Okay. Place cable under hook fastener. Yeah. Then we're going to do this one. It just goes straight through and up and out. And your cable lands in the channel feature there at the end. Okay. Look at that. Okay, so then this has to go probably straight up like that. Yep. Let's see. I think that's right. It's not quite all the way to the end. Just kind of coaxing that the red wire. All right, I think that's as far. Yeah, that's all the way. Okay. Ah, Philip, see ya. Yep. Good fan wire. That goes out that way. And then this one, as the wire goes straight up, tucks in that way with the cable going into that little spot there. Checking all those. Then all these cables go out the front for now. Okay, we got it. So this one comes off here. We make sure that that's tucked. So we want it to be on the other side of that little clip there. This is going to be bent up. So I think the way here is this comes over here. This goes up and gets held over here. We'll kind of pull this a little bit. And then this guy. How is that supposed to go that way? That and then up is the there we go. That wire just needed to be dropped. Oh, yep, and that dropped right into place. Okay, now take all of these through the front, huh? for now. All of them look good. Okay. Now we've got a... Where is that? Is it in the electronics? It is in the wiring. Where was the LEDs? Not there. I think they're in the wire. The cob. LED cob. Z98. Really, we've been doing this build for a long time, but this is only part 6. I think we're doing pretty good. We just had some things get in the way in between starting the stream and, you know, Japan and such. Okay, this guy, does this get... Let's watch this a little more. Rough up surfaces in preparation for glue. Sandpaper works best. Scratch up the surfaces. Apply glue. Is this like CA glue? Is this... That goes behind there and then out the front. Oh, pause. What slicers do they have them as predefined? They have them as predefined printer or what? For what? Hey, buddy. You gonna go up here? Cement or super glue? Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's... rough this up a little bit. Let's do a dry fit. These are going to have to bend over quite sharply, I think. Ah. Okay, I got my plan. I got my plan. Cat got in the way, yep. Do any of the slicers, does Orca have a built-in profile for this? You planning on putting one out there? I think that's what's being asked. So here, tuck it in that way, and then we'll just hold. I didn't really want to use activator, just in case. See a little bit of wispies that I can clean up while I'm sitting here waiting. This goes up behind this and then up through the front. Not really any clips. It just goes on the back side of that is all. Oh shoot. Oh, that didn't. That didn't stick. Let's see if I can get some. Just gonna spray some. activator in there and see if it holds. Looks like it helped. Yeah, it's held there. Hopefully that's enough. Okay, now we got another fan and the little... Okay, how does this go? So we got that. That gets glued in. That goes in behind there, and then goes out the front. This, we have these spacers. I have those here. We have a profile to import, but it's not included with Orca's install. But you have a profile, so that's good. Okay, and then we have the fan. And we have these. Where are these going? Okay, I got this guy. And we have a fan spacer, an M2x8. An M2x16 on the other one. Those are just kind of sitting there. Let's see what we do with it. Break duct. That fan just goes out the back through the hole. That goes in there like that. Check for pinched cables and the heat break duct. Those thread in probably to, okay, those spots there. Okay. So we want to make sure that that one is on this side of that. This goes through that. This whole thing dovetails. Dovetails in there. What are you doing? You gotta go. There you go. Like that. And then we gotta watch all those wires. We have to get them to go under and around. So those underneath this shroud. Oh, there we are. that correct? Hey, Dozer. Interesting little setup for... Does that go any further? Doesn't look like it. Does that look about right? Should that stick up about that far? Seems like it's in there. All these, none of these are pinched. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. Hey, John. Doing good. I'm building a tool head, which is always fun. Okay, cowl logo insert, cowl logo. Cowl, not cow. Where's the cow? There it is. And the LEDs were in the wiring box. That doesn't look quite right. It should sit flush. So it's probably this wire that's doing it. Oops. So I'm thinking it's the LED wire that's probably in the way. Let's loosen these then. Just loosen. I don't want to lose my position there. How do I get this? Yep, there it is. That was it. I'm pushing from this side to get the LED wires. I can see it. There they are. Yep. That went flush now. LED wires were the culprit. That's what I thought. See? I'm ahead of you in chat. We're good now? Nothing else is pinched. Everything's going, I think, in the spots they need to. That's a cool little setup. Okay, now we've got these guys. So I've got this. Okay, so this is that correct? I think that's correct for the orientation. It means that this comes in like that. This goes there. They're a little long on the adapter wires here, I think. That's a little annoying. I think let's check this. Insert clip logo. That goes there. Apply glue drops to sides of insert. And then that goes on there. Take all of that stuff back out the back. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to do some rework here. I think I'm gonna desolder that end LED, cut those just a little shorter, and get that to be the right length to set in there. I think that's a harness manufacturer fail. You think? There's room for it to just be bent? There's room for it to just be, okay, let's try it. Nice thin pliers. Let's try this first then. Let's try this first. Oops, wrong way. Guess that's all the way. Try to get these. See, get a little bend in there. Okay. Let's see if I can just. Suppose around a hex key would also work. Yeah, maybe. Okay, that's probably okay. I was excited to solder though. Sure, I don't have any. Probably have something on here keeping that from inserting nice and hard to see on these clear. There we go. Okay, so that there, and then I like the idea of probably some glue on here to hold it together. It was quite a bit off. It was quite a bit off, but I managed to get it bent. And then I think a good dab of glue. Dab of glue. Either side. And then this clip here. And some activator. Holding this and hope it stays together. Hopefully that all stays together. seems okay. Bit of a bend. Seems to be staying. And I'm sure these bend back. Get in there. So all of these go back through. I think only a certain amount, right? We don't want to send them all. Do we need to know which? We need to know which is which, I'm sure. So let's go. Got this guy. We've got him labeled. Part cooling fans, hot end fan, and LED 1 and LED 2. The cable manufacturer has loose tolerances, and the LED pocket contour has 0.2 or less offset. So to make it a little longer to guarantee it can install. Okay. Does this go all the way down in there? And, oh, that'll be interesting. Okay. So, let's see what the instructions say. Cal PCB. Okay, there we go. So how can we tell? So this must be the, ew, don't like that. Here, it pulled out of the strain relief, pulling that through. Let me see if I can do anything about that. We have so much extra wire. Where'd my tweezers go? They're there. Okay. This is hot end fan. Okay. So this is hot end fan, which is this one. And then the other fans, this is nozzle LED. I know all these other fans, but I have nozzle LED here. This is nozzle LED, which is the one to the inside. Part cooling cables are shorter than the heat break fan by quite a bit. No, they're all the same length. We checked that before I pulled them out. They're, oh, well, I guess they have the route. The wires are the same length. The route is longer for all the rest. Yes. So I'm guessing that we tuck all these wires right behind the logo here when we're done. Part cooling ones go in here. And then logo. Part cooling fans. Not saying LEDs. We had nozzle LEDs. So now all of this tucks back down in here somehow. It's a little tight. a tight fit down in here. Where is that? That's bunched up in there. Yeah, there's a wire right there bunched up. This guy, what is that guy? Is that the other? Oh, that whole thing got pulled out. It needs to be pulled back out here. There we go. Oh, I'm saying all kinds of words, John. I'm mumbling in some things as I figure this out, so I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so that all kind of goes there. So that looks like that in there. So those all plug in. And M3x8s. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks, John. Still building, yep. Coil them into the cowl, yep. And then install the logo cap. That rotates into place. Okay. That's what I thought, but I need a couple of M3x8s. Okay, now I've got all these wires. So I can probably get this guy. This is that LED wire. Get it away. Both of these are, let's pull these guys out of the way and put the fan wires out in there. This could probably be done a little neater if you planned it a little better. Hey, Bex Peppers. It was a little fiddly in figuring out how to get these in where I'll still be able to coil the or insert the front logo. Let's just put that guy in there. And then this guy. Quite a coiled mess. Oh, we'll see. A little long on the wires, yes. Yes, because they all have to go right here, and there isn't a lot of room for... I have a feeling I'd still need enough room for that LED to sit in that pocket. It doesn't, they don't just coil up in there and tuck out of the way very well. There needs to be more planning involved here than there has been. Because I'm just shoving them in there and it's not going to work. And they didn't come back out with enough. Oh, I'm going to break the wires on this part cooling fan. I'm going to end up breaking the wires on this fan because they're not in the... That is absolutely going to just break off. I'm going to redo some of this. I'm going to redo some of this because I think it's going to be... Actually, I'm going to redo all of it. Yep. HST connectors. Okay, that is out. We are going to even pull this fan out because I guarantee that that fan is going to be toast if I play with that anymore. I want to see if it'll fit with a little more planning. Let's see, that's pulling right out of there. So we're going to first fix this. Since these are going to stay right there, I'm going to put a dab of super glue in there to force that to stay. Try to make a loop like the video. Yes, but that's not as easy when they're not all lined up. It's very hard to keep everything lined up. I think no matter what, you've got a major, I bet you this fan here ends up being a common failure point just in the way that goes. So I'm just going to fix that with a little drop of super glue and strain relief it. Coiling the bundle together did not work. There's a technique to it, I'm sure. That didn't stay. A bigger. There we go. It's okay. This is just fiddly. But I also want to emphasize that it's okay to redo it, especially when it's this important. Hey, Maker Viking. A little bit of activator. Okay. So, what can we do here? That has to stay over there. All of these need to come out. Back out. The order that these come out, along with the LED, we need to make sure that these aren't twisted with other connectors. So that's there. That's there. I'm going to pay more attention to what order the wires are. Okay. That is, hopefully that stays together okay. That is strain relieved. So now we're going to go back to here. This wire straightened out. And this has all kinds of room up inside of here. We can leave this one tucked. Make it contribute less to the problem. That. And that. Now, this goes in here, but not pulling it all the way through. Just leaving it on the side there. Okay, that's there. It still has to go on this side. Those are kind of behaving by default now. And the LED wires are fine. So that dropped in well. It's there. It's there. We're going to pull this one down. Just going to tuck it. A little bit extra wire down there. Okay. Let's take fan wires. Okay, I got ideas. All these go through here. Keep you out of the way. I don't want to cross any. Fans. Fan. And fan. Actually, let me take all that back. Who is part cooling fan? The hot end fan. That's you, right? No. That is, nope. That's you. Okay. So you are part cooling fan. Part cooling fan plugs in first. Heat break fan. HB. There. Okay. Now you can sit off to the side here. That's you. Okay. Right there. those two, and that one. Okay, these three are the part cooling fans. Two systems trying to use the same IP address. Well, that's a problem. They don't like to share. Okay, so that's all of those. Through there. Now, let's take the LED, go down below. This is the nozzle LEDs, which was LED 1 or 2. Just referring to the diagram here again. Sorry, I'm just watching the video. I guess you can see. Nope, nope, I missed. There we go. Just this diagram here. Okay, so that one is nozzle LEDs is on this side. Sorry. So LED is that one. Let's see, I'm keeping things a lot neater this time. And then this under. I'm gonna not be able to show this super well just because okay. Now, this goes in here. This bends upside just a little bit. These are all nice and neat now. That goes there. Magnet. This one. This is only using a little bit of extra there, but I think it's okay. Now all of these are up here. That's there. So I think I can send this back down below the fan. Send this, poke it way down there. And then these guys, like you said, should be able to rotate them around. Gotcha. Take this up through the middle of this, maybe. Might be able to work this. Ah. It's mostly around the outsides. This guy can kind of follow along with it. And then which is the which way does that actually go in? There we are. Look how clean that looks. Don't look behind there. Don't look behind there. But that looks fantastic. Fiddly, but if you take your time, a little extra wire there is out of the way. Make sure you're feeding the wires into this PCB in an order and grouped. I think that was a big key. Okay. This is the stuff we just did. Shove it all in the closet, yes. I think you got to pay attention to the strain relief on that heat break fan though. Is that just held on with magnets? Okay. So this guy points back, that points forward. That's not aluminum, I just realized. I just realized that's not aluminum. Ah. Took me long enough. Okay, so this. Okay. Cool. There are, okay, let's look at this. I wasn't going to put this on. I was going to save it for the next time. There are those acorn nuts that were in the carriage, if you remember. Those are the 3-point kinematic mount that match up with these 3 points on this steel carriage plate. %40 off of Pex Peppers for 4 hours. So this will go in here and hopefully that is strong. I'm trying to get that. How does that go all the way? There we go. I don't know what was getting in the way. Oh, belts, maybe. Yeah, that's... It just moves. It's not... I don't think it's actually in the way. Just make sure everything is Nothing sticking down. It does hit on those belts a little bit. Okay. So that goes on there. That goes there. It's not a very satisfying click on the front. What is... Oh, I know what's keeping it. It's not very satisfying because the belts are too long. I need to trim these belts. Let me trim those belts real quick. Let me trim the belts on this side. Guess I'll just trim them. Basically, I'm going to try one tooth out from there. Make sure I keep them the same length. Let's try that. Ah, much better. Much better. Yeah, that seems solid. Back cover, I think, could use a third magnet. Third magnet on the back cover would be nice because it is a little, it rocks this way. I don't know if there's anything that keeps it from doing that otherwise. But that feels pretty fine. Otherwise, it's that seems to be working fine too. This will go over. How does that work? That doesn't line up with that. Oh, I gotta adjust this height to line up with that. We'll do that. That's probably part of a getting things going. This is, where does this go? This is the umbilical. We'll do the umbilical next week. I think that's a good, let's see what next steps are. But I think that's a good. Of course the text is right side up. Okay, where are we? So that's, okay, that says we can put that on. That goes down, and then that goes on. Yeah, that is, it's got a tool head. So now the next step is going to be, did cowl. We did all that. And then camera and cable routing will be next. Next week. Look at that. It looks like a printer now. It's got a bed and a hot end. Just don't look at the back. We got to tame that mess. That's not a party in the back. Let's end on the pretty note. There we go. There we go. Hey, Caleb. Oh. Goal in Brazil versus Norway. I don't watch. Hey, George. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. I don't know. Wednesday, I'm not sure. Depends on what I can get ready, so just keep an eye out. I need to get in a flow. There's a lot of things I want to cover on Wednesdays, not just the Index and the Trident R2. There's other little projects I want to do. I want to get a cartographer. I think I'm going to put it on my my VZ bot, so I'll get to see the VZ bot again. I just got to find a good mount for it. Some of that stuff can get a little confusing trying to find the stuff. So, oh, what do we got? I got pinged in the Vertigo channel. Oh, just that I'm streaming. Oh, that's a, nope, that's a sale. Never mind. I didn't get pinged. Everyone got pinged. Okay, folks. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks again to West3D, LDO, and Automated Layers. And Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. Keep an eye out for if we do Wednesday or not. We'll probably not do another Charlie's Angel stream so soon on the Casadio build next weekend. So we'll be back on this. We'll be back on this next Sunday and getting into, looks like camera and then electronics. So another 2 or 3 streams, I think, before we're powering it on. And then I think we'll be good. I am going to be streaming next weekend, but the following weekend I'll be at Open Sauce. So that'll be a missed stream. So with that, take care, everyone. Hope you have a good week. Try to stay cool. I don't know if it's still super hot in certain areas or not. It's feeling pretty decent around here. It's 84 today, but we will see you next time. Enjoy the build. Bye.